Hello, everyone. Good evening and happy Saturday. You know, today does not even remotely feel like a Saturday. And why? Because I spent last night with you guys. So today feels like a Sunday. But it's not Sunday. It's Saturday. And that means we continue Stompy Mech evenings with MechWarrior Online and Blood of Heroes, chronicling the attack on Glengarry and the Grey Death Legion by the Free Sky Militia, Free Sky Raiders, Free Sky, whatever the heck they are. The Free Sky folks. Either way, thanks for being here with me tonight, guys. Glad to have you guys here. And I hope you are in and ready for another Stompy Mech evening. Nobody from the unit yet? Let's jump right into a match. As always, about 20 minutes into the stream, we'll start our story time. And until then, we can just say hello to one another. Say, how you doing? Eh. You know, that's kind of how we say it here, eh? How you doing? You know, with Joey. Let's go to Rubelite and assault. An assault in Rubelite. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. Hopefully you guys have been having a good weekend. I think we are now at, I want to say, 14 or 15 weekends in a row here in New England that it has rained. That's way too much rain on the weekends. I have stuff I'm supposed to be doing. Have outdoor stuff to do. But how can I do that when it's raining? It's pouring. The old man is snoring. Thank you out there in Twitch or TikTok, Heather. I appreciate it. And hello, everybody. No matter what platform you happen to be on, Twitch, YouTube, Kick, TikTok. For my TikTok people, I have the pets here, but let's see. Can I make it go down to where you can see her at the moment? There it. Oh, no, it doesn't go down far enough. Here, let's manually do it. You can sort of see Pepper down here. If I move everything out of the way. Pepper! So, yeah, not my normal stuff on TikTok where I do a lot of the stuff for the pets. This is all about gaming. And of course, anybody who has any questions about this, or Heather, thank you so much for the gift of the rose. Very much appreciated. For anybody who has any questions about what this game is, you let me know. I am happy to answer any questions as we go along. Override engaged. Because this is a fun game, even if the game is slowly dying. I mean, this game's been around since 2013, and the player base is slowly dying off a little bit.
Resource point Epsilon is ours. Resource point Sigma is now controlled by the enemy.
Not much you can do about it. I mean, it's inevitable.
Target acquired. Artillery strike online.
Can I get a light or two to assist me with Kappa?
Target spotted. Need assistance.
We have data.
Artillery strike activated.
Gamma is theirs.
Target spotted.
Kappa is under control.
Target spotted.
We've captured Gamma.
Ooh, we got 4 of the 5 points.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%.
Target
Fuel
spotted.
at 0%. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Need assistance.
New target acquired.
There's a guy back over here. Oh, no,
Target
he ran.
spotted.
New target
strong, guys. We're
acquired.
winning.
Keep holding the resource points, warriors.
Target destroyed. Fuel at 25%. New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
So many close-up people and he comes after me. I'm all the way out here. Why you shooting me, eh?
Target spotted.
Hey, I'm walking here. If they don't start getting points soon, they're just going to be completely out of this.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Okay, guys, 100% fight mode, no capping.
Not moving fast enough to get up there. Whoa, we're halfway there.
Target spotted.
Whoa, lemon on a pear.
Acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Shot him in the back like a dog.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Black Lanter's a stick.
Charlie's are not a threat. Light Runner's not a threat anymore. He has the gun.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I dropped off his torso.
The way there.
That makes him a stick.
Push ahead.
Target spotted.
That guy's not feeling good.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Goal is to get to 750 first.
Target spotted.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
Losing data, guys.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
We've collected 75% of the resources. Keep holding on.
0%.
Target spotted.
Gonna get over here to Gamma.
The enemy has resource point
Not that,
Beta.
not that we particularly need it.
Target spotted.
Medium Mech at total 8 is an assault.
Target spotted.
Because unless they get out there and take even more points, we're going to hit to 750 way before they can stop us.
Our foes are halfway.
Target spotted.
We've captured Gamma.
That guy was way outside of range.
The enemy has captured Epsilon.
Less than, let's see, 20 seconds now.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target
spotted.
acquired.
Excellent work.
And we win.
Victory is ours.
Remember, guys, an objective win is still a win.
We broke somebody's losing streak.
1 killing blow, 1 kill assist, 351 done, 210 taken, arrows up. I will take that. Didn't do quite as much damage as I would have liked to have done, because I spent a lot of the match just rolling around, but hey, I was the last one alive. I am alive, Arminius. Which makes all the difference, right? Go. All right, anybody from the unit on yet? Laughing Bear. The Laughing Bear is here, so let me go get into Discord because that is probably where I will find him. I would hope. Not yet. All right, let's create a group and invite ourselves a Laughing Bear. And then it is time for some story time. Because we're close enough now to get started on some story time. We're 18 minutes in. Close enough. While I am waiting to see if Laughing Bear comes along to join in our fun. Chapter 27. Over Dunkeld, Glengarry. Sky March, Federated Commonwealth, 7 April 3056. Steady at the helm, damn you. Veltal Hauptmann Alvin Lippard of the Free Sky dropship Anastasia gripped the arms of his acceleration couch, furious at the helm officer's inattention. The eyes of the whole fleet are on us today, Schmidt. So for God's sake, pay attention to your board. Aye, aye, sir, the unlucky helmsman responded. Lippard tried to force himself to relax, but he was too nervous. The vanguard position for the occupation force should have been an honor, or so the Welta admiral had assured him several times. But Lippard couldn't quite shake the feeling that it was an honor better passed to someone else. The locals were supposed to have surrendered, and that meant an easy, unopposed landing. But if everything was going so smoothly, why had they waited in orbit so long before finally committing a landing force? And why was the force so small? The Anastasia, a Union-class dropship, carried one company of battle mechs and a pair of fighters. Her consort, the Leopard-class Raven, was much smaller, with a mech lance and 2 more aerospace fighters. The extra squadron of fighters assigned to cover their approach was staying at high altitude, and wouldn't be able to support the landing for several minutes if something did go wrong. Sequoia, thank you for the like. I appreciate you. Hello, Laughing Bear. 16 battle mechs and a pair of fighter squadrons weren't much to work with, not when there was a reinforced regiment up there in orbit to draw from. It looked suspiciously like General von Bülow was planning to use his force as a sacrificial lamb to try drawing fire from the ground before sending the bulk of his strength into harm's way. And even if that wasn't the case, Lippard was uncomfortably aware of the attention his ship would be getting from the flagship throughout the operation. One mistake, and his career could be over. The atmosphere in the Free Sky military was thick with plots and counterplots, divided loyalties, and zealous political officers seeking out any sign of heresy among the troops. A commander who bollocksed an important operation like this one was ripe for a spot on the general's next purge list. Lippard shifted uncomfortably in his command chair. After nearly 20 years of service in the aerospace arm of the 10th Sky Rangers, he wasn't about to stand by and watch his career crash and burn. It was bad enough that the Rangers had mutinied en masse against the Federated Commonwealth government. Not seeing any way to oppose the regimental command, he'd gone along with the bulk of the officer corps in supporting the decision. Now he wasn't about to do anything that would make the Duke's men mistrust him and turn him into a double outcast with no future at all. "Give me another sensor scan on the port," he snapped impatiently. "Aye, aye, sir," the sensor technician replied hastily. Everyone on the bridge knew his mood by now, and they were all too quick to obey to avoid his anger. "Still no change, sir. One Union-class dropship on the pads, tentatively ID'd as the Europa. Another Union, probably the Medea, in a repair bus. Their bolt powered down, and the one in the yard is showing open hull plating around the drive area. No sign of combat units on the ground, but I can see a block of people, some of them with weapons, formed up outside the administrative building." "Reception committee," the exec muttered. "A bunch of these damned locals all lined up to beg us to recognize their so-called government." "Well, the governor's orders were pretty specific," Lippard replied absently, studying the descent profile on his monitor. "We'll let Oberst Stryger deal with them. As long as those bastards down there don't do anything stupid, everything will work out just fine." Velta Hauptmann Alvin Lippard found himself wondering if his reassuring words were meant for his bridge crew or for himself. Over. Override engaged.
Ow, what the
I
hell?
am so sorry. I did not know
Ringo,
you were walking right
how you
now.
doing?
What? No, I'm doing.
And this is our friendly reason why we shouldn't really fire our weapons willy-nilly, except at the nipples when you get close.
No. Sometimes.
Oh yeah,
Just
I
kind of.
I don't waste them at that point either.
Golf line, wall.
Artillery strike online.
2 of them on the wall, golf line.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
Target
Target spotted.
acquired.
There is no golf line.
Hey, one on the bottom going to the base, turn around.
Spotted.
I'm gonna see if I can cut him off on Delta,
New
so I'm
target
walking through that gate,
acquired.
same gate you went through.
Affirmative. Target spotted. Target spotted.
He's coming after me.
Yeah, I'm on him. Keep him locked.
Trying to run.
Target spotted.
He's alone, so we
Target
should just pick him
destroyed.
off. Yeah.
Good
He's
one.
done.
Play the
Good
rest of the
kill.
game that way. Find him alone, pick him off, stay as a team.
Affirmative.
No teamwork allowed.
Yeah, especially getting shot in the back.
Love tap. Oh, I see him over
Target
there.
I was just
acquired.
letting you know
Target
that.
Two lock, stalker.
Target spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted.
Bravo.
acquired.
Affirmative. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Artillery strike
Target
online.
Target
Dropped an
spotted.
already on Bravo. They might drop
2
down.
on the wall, 2 on the wall.
Affirmative.
Thunderbutt's locked.
Target spotted. Affirmative. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Artillery
There's
strike
3 up there.
online.
Hellfire, Rifleman, and a Thunderbutt.
Affirmative.
I just marked the Hellfire, lost mark on him though.
Fuel at 25%.
Target spotted.
Hellfire marked.
Affirmative.
Bravo seems cord.
Oh,
Dropped an already up there again.
Target spotted.
Got a Gausser over there
Fuel
somewhere.
at 25%.
Let's see if we get
Fuel
this.
at 0%.
Already
Target
long-winded.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Artillery strike
Target
online.
spotted.
Good
Stone
kill.
crushers.
Thanks.
So
Target spotted.
hold this area. We're dug in good.
You in Delta 4?
We got another.
Target
Mark.
spotted.
Looks like we got about 3 pushing our
Target
flank.
spotted. Target spotted.
New
Turn around
target
and Juliet lock.
acquired.
Up on the wall.
Wow.
Target spotted.
There's a howl.
Target spotted.
Now he moved.
Target
Black
spotted.
liner on the back.
Target acquired.
Delta 525.
Affirmative.
New target acquired.
Target spot. Target spotted. Affirmative. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Take his arm off
Target
his low.
spotted.
There's 4 of them, I think, Delta 5. On the bull shark.
Yeah,
Need
work his
assistance.
flanks.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Coming
New
around.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Rifleman running.
Target spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Artillery strike activated.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Center. The guy's got a, whatever you got, ERPPC or something.
I think everybody's dead in the center.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Center torso critical damage. Warning.
Yeah, that's Gauss.
Artillery strike
Well,
online.
we had a good line set up in the back. I don't know why everybody else left.
Left arm destroyed.
Yep. They use teamwork, a bunch of bullies.
Center torso critical damage.
That's Frosty Tools. It's the thing that it's the AI that I use in my Twitch chat that puts up those messages when I go on break or go on an ad break and stuff. Like the last one, in the neon lit alleys of Twitch, a new case unfolds. Sir Arminius, our stalwart detective, dives into the metallic mayhem of MechWarrior Online. The chat's buzzing like a hive of drones, eager for Stompy Mech action and the next thrilling chapter in the saga of Blood of Heroes. Chapter 27 awaits. Secrets to be uncovered beneath the clanking steel and roaring engines. I just passed lead to you. So you can launch us when you're ready. Yeah, no worries. I'm going to go read. 1 minute to touchdown. Alex Carlisle ran his fingers over the control board, activating the mech's main fusion power plant and switching on bank after bank of onboard systems that had been shut down throughout the long morning of waiting. The Free Sky Force was committed now. Even if their sensors could penetrate the hangar walls of the Dunkeld spaceport to pick up the sudden eruption of heat sources and power emissions, it was too late for them to change course. Those ships would have to touch down, no matter what they detected. The object now was to draw the enemy out. Outside, Alex knew, a party of technicians were discovering the landline hookups so that the 4 command Lance mechs could maneuver. Were disconnecting the landline. The same thing would be occurring in each of the other ambush sites. By the time the 2 enemy dropships were on the ground, the Legion would be ready to strike. Seeing all his monitor readouts showing green, Alex nodded in satisfaction. Everything was ready, at least on the mechanical side. Whether or not the human side of the equation was up to the confrontation was another matter. That was something that wouldn't become known until the battle was joined. 30 seconds, the tower reported. Tracking reports 4 aerospace fighters bearing 012 degrees, range 80 kilometers, angles 30. They seem to be circling. Alex bit his lip. Major McCall had told him to expect fighter cover, but it still complicated the battle plan. Those 4 fighters could spell trouble. As the seconds crawled by, each one was an eternity of doubt. What right did Alex Carlisle have to lead these men into a battle that was all but hopeless from the outset? He wasn't even half the mech warrior his father had been in the early days. Besides, shouldn't the man who had brought them all together in the first place be the only one to lead the Grey Death Legion? Touchdown, the tower reported. Alex could picture the scramble up there as the technical team that had been monitoring Von Bülow's approach abandoned their post for the safety of an underground shelter as quickly as they could manage it. In a few moments, as the enemy commanders became aware of the ambush, the tower would no doubt become a major target. The party lined up out on the tarmac in simulation of a reception committee would be scattering too. Right, Alex said on the comlink command channel. Execute Phase 1. Sitting in the cockpit of his Warhammer, Oberst Wilhelm Strieger watched the mech bay ramp drop away with the same cold indifference he'd felt throughout their approach to the Dunkeld spaceport. Back on Sky, where the plans for Glengarry had first been hatched, Strieger had been looking forward to matching arms against the famed Grey Death Legion. The 10th Sky Rangers didn't boast a reputation of Carlisle's mercenaries, but they were a proud and respectable unit. Their tradition went back over 1,000 years, to the days before the discovery of starflight. Today's regiment traced its descent directly to the famous Black Watch of ancient Britain, and the unit remained fiercely proud of that heritage.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Affirmative. Affirmative.
And we know XDC Hurricane will be running in his Arctic Wolf with all the ATMs. So we will shoot him. We will kill him in the streets. We will kill him in the sheets. Whatever happened to the young man's heart? Swallowed by pain as he slowly fell apart. And I'm staring down the barrel of a 45.
Artillery
Target
strike
spotted.
online. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
They have a Gauss mech sitting in the back of their tower.
Spotted.
Stompy.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
What?
We got a bunch in B3.
Beta is better for missiles. Beta is better for missiles if you're in range.
What is getting you?
Beta missiles. Beta. Please.
Oh, you're getting hit. You were getting hit from behind.
Never mind. You missed your shot.
Yep.
New target acquired.
Multiples Charlie too low. But our entire team is low Delta 4, Delta 5.
New target acquired. New target
Target
acquired. Fuel
Yep.
at 25%. Fuel
Target
at
spotted.
0.
So it doesn't do me any good to sit up
Charlie is
top.
open.
Oh yeah,
New target acquired.
the top is normally the winning proposition, but our entire team chose not to stay up there. They are all back in Charlie 5 right now.
New target acquired.
Charlie for your missiles. Charlie.
I'm fucked here.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Well, if he's going to keep on giving me his back, I'm going to take it.
Foxtrot primary.
Target acquired. Fuel at 25%.
I'm pretty good with these Gauss. Flying, not flying, doesn't
Target
normally matter.
acquired.
Yep.
New target acquired.
It was. Here's a Learnboat Direwolf. No, I killed the Direwolf, not a Learnboat Direwolf.
Artillery strike online. Target acquired.
Target spotted. spotted.
He just won't
Target
die.
destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Artillery strike activated.
Swing on this table.
It was my arty.
Target destroyed.
He subscribed to You Can't Kill Me, Only I Can Kill Me. Anybody who wants that on a shirt, I have it in my merch shop. Just because. Nah. 2. I don't expect to. I kind of just had some fun with putting it together. Yeah, you're probably not enough for a skill point on that. A matchup of the old against the new. The pride of a long, distinguished lineage versus the arrogance of a brief but brilliant record. It had been exciting to contemplate the conflict ahead. Now, it seemed, the Grey Death was incapable of offering even token opposition, at least here in Dunkeld. If they resisted at all, which was doubtful at best, according to the latest briefing Strieger had attended before the landing was finally ordered, it would be a disjointed and haphazard affair. Meanwhile, his company of the 10th would have to be content with rousting whatever rabble might oppose the regiment here at the port. A sad come-down. The ramp hit the ground with a metallic clang audible through his external audio receptors, and Strieger grasped the steering yoke to start his mech out of the belly of the dropship. His 70-ton WHM-6R Warhammer stalked down the incline onto the tarmac with a slow, measured pace that Strieger thought of as proud and regal. The rest of the company would be issuing from other ports spaced around the perimeter of the dropship, ready for anything. At last report, anything meant nothing more than listening to some gabbling speeches of welcome from a flock of quaking dignitaries assembled to give away their planet to the conquerors. Strieger paused and checked his video display, puzzled. The so-called reception committee should have been just off to his right, between the Anastasia and the berth where the Raven was slowly settling to the ground. But there was no sign of anyone out there. Strange. Vanguard 1, Anastasia. Lippard's voice crackled in his headset. There's something going on out there. The locals have disappeared, and we're reading a power surge on board the Grey Death dropship on the far side of the port. Looks like they're trying to cold start up their fusion plant. What the hell are they playing at? Strieger demanded. They don't seriously think we'd let them take off, do they? Don't ask me, Oberst, Lippard snapped. Just get your men clear so I can get this bucket aloft. We'll cut them off in the air, and you close in on the ground. Remember the orders. We want to try to capture as many aerospace assets as possible. I know the orders, Strieger shot back. Lippard was the kind of fussy old maid Strieger hated most. He was known behind his back as Mother Hen. Switching comlink channels quickly, Strieger tuned to the company's general channel. All units, disperse by lances. The dropship's dusting off. As he guided his massive war machine out of range of the dropship's engine wash, Strieger's mind was already racing ahead to formulate the next move. 2 dropships trying to flee the port at the last minute, and a party of local dignitaries scattering before the first mech could descend from the dropship. There was more going on here than just those isolated events, and far more than Lippard's limited imagination could envision. Perhaps the Grey Death wasn't quite so supine as they'd been led to believe. Strieger allowed himself a grim smile. This duty might just be worthwhile yet. Oh yes, it will be. Oh yes. Giant banana, giant banana. Squee. Although that's ski, not squee. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll have ourselves a good old fun match, huh?
Reactor online.
No, different Wookiee.
Online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override
Class
engaged.
command. Get to the target and capture it. Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Artillery strike online.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
I fell down.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Artillery strike online. New target acquired.
The UAV up in J10.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Top UAV.
Target spotted.
I-10.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. 0%. New target acquired.
Target Alpha is real
Strike
close.
online.
Target
Artillery
spotted.
strike activated.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Got a light coming in from behind you. Thank you.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Need assistance. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Need assistance. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired.
Need assistance. Target spotted.
Guys, push forward. We have the numbers.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
We held the zone for 25%.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Gas power at 25%. Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target
At
spotted.
25%. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Warriors, you have taken the target.
Good job.
Red Samovari, good evening. How are you tonight? Hey, boo-boo. Are you here to steal my picnic basket? Let's see, 0 killing blows, 9 kill assists, 2 KMDDs, 965 done, 146 taken. Arrows up. You think? 965 points of damage? I think that's just a guaranteed you will get arrows up. Win, lose, draw, doesn't matter. because we won. We won like the winners that we are. We are here to pump you up. They're taking the bait. Looks like the Union's buttoning up for a dust-off, and the mechs on the ground are starting to form up to head for the ships, came Lieutenant Lucci's voice crackling over Alex's comm line. Roger that, Phantom 1, he replied. Lucci's troopers were serving as the Legion's eyes outside, and her report made him feel a little better now. So far, the invaders were reacting just the way they'd anticipated. He switched to the command frequency. All units, from Ghost Leader, Phase 2, now. Outside, the massive hangar doors began to slowly roll back, the grinding of their machinery overpowered by the ringing footsteps of 4 armored battle mechs starting forward into battle. Over his command channel, Oberst Strieger heard the panicked voices of his men. Multiple targets! Multiple heat sources becoming visible! 3, no 4 different bearings! It's a trap! Cleared the channel! Wilhelm Strieger rasped. Standard tactical deployment 5. Get your butts in gear! The babble of excited conversation died, and Strieger's tactical map showed the company starting to fan out in response to his instructions. Whoever had planned this little surprise had pulled it off brilliantly. They hadn't caught the slightest trace of the Grey Death forces in the capital all the way down from orbit. But now 4 different hangars had disgorged hidden defenders. Each of the blips on his monitor represented a fusion power plant, a mech or an AFV. 16 were showing, with no way to be sure if others might be lurking out of sight. They were scattered in a rough arc all around Strieger's mechs, and the Oberst realized in a flash that the encirclement was completed by the Legion Union-class dropship on the opposite side of the port. On the ground or in the air, that ship could direct massive firepower down onto his troops while the Grey Death blocked a breakout attempt. A good plan, but as with any good plan, there were holes. Strieger smiled to himself. He'd taken the measure of the Legion, now to counter their thrust. Anastasia, this is Vanguard 1, he said, switching to the dropship's comlink frequency. Suppress that Union-class ship. We've got a combat situation on our hands down here. But the mission orders, Lippard came back, sounding unsure of himself. Damn the mission orders, Strieger snapped. The security of my men come first. The face of the administration building was suddenly scoured by a particle beam that seemed to come out of nowhere. Shards of ferrocrete clanged off the Warhammer's armor from the explosion, and the concentration of raw heat and power left the structure twisted, melting. Strieger cut the comlink without listening to Lippard's arguments and played his fingers across his targeting board, searching for the PPC that had missed him by less than 10 meters. So, he was going to get his confrontation with the Grey Death, it seemed. The smile still on his face, Strieger found his target and returned fire. This would be a day to remember after all.
Sensors online. Weapons online.
Oh, well, congratulations. My oldest, went to university last year, and she'll be going back for her sophomore year, and I've got a senior this year, as well as a junior. Override engaged. This next year, I should say. They're not there yet. I've got a junior and a sophomore right now.
All right, guys, thank you.
And I'm staring down the barrel of a 45. I'm not sure exactly why that song is stuck in my head, but it is. True. And for me, it's normally the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round. There you go. Good choice, Laughing Bear. Good choice. And Grandma Shark, do 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 do. Grandma Shark. Is there actually something back there? There must be.
Back, D7.
Vulcan, can you help him?
Target spotted.
Do you know where he is?
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
I've almost killed him. It's a raven.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
No, the Vulcan is not moving.
What's hammering you back there in D7?
There's a light mech back there, Raven, I think.
0%. Fuel at 0%. Artillery strike online.
Target spotted.
I spotted him in D6.
Target acquired.
He's running.
Target spotted.
He's all the way out there in Echo 5 now.
Artillery strike online.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired.
We've
Well,
taken
people
down
stop
the
listening.
enemy's Alpha.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. Target acquired. Target destroyed.
Stealth Raven's dead.
Target
I'm
acquired.
just fighting myself.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Online.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Go ahead,
New
little bad.
target
Got
acquired. Left cursor. Critical damage.
Those fucking Pharaoh blasts have been running like crazy recently.
25%. Do not let the enemy keep it up.
I mean, is it the same unit? I think it might be that SJ unit, yeah. All they've been running recently is Pharaoh blasts.
Beta is down.
No, it's a... yeah.
Enemy forces.
Torso critical.
And they seem to be way more tanky than they should be.
Your efforts here have been seriously disappointing. The enemy is victorious.
Yeah. You see, it annoys me when you get a lance of people in quick play running the same mechs. So Bear, come out of the main to something else. That fucks. That's what they're running, yeah. Yeah, I would say I imagine an Atlas target would last for about 4 seconds at most. Running 4 Novas. Chapter 28. Oh, let's put up the book, shall we? Dunkeld, Glengarry, Sky March, Federated Commonwealth, 7 April, 3056. Damn it, I missed the bastard, Caitlin DeVries muttered under her breath. She had a clear shot at the big warhammer that had to be the enemy command mech, but her PPC beam had gone wide. The Marauder was reputed to be one of the finest battle mechs in the entire Successor State arsenal, but she was finding the controls hard to manage after the easy responsiveness of her Centurion. Caitlin started to line up a second shot with her left-hand PPC when the Warhammer opened up. A PPC beam washed across the Marauder's left leg, and a second particle beam impacted against the wall of the hangar behind her. As her Marauder lurched back under the impact of the hit, a pair of lasers scored hits on the machine's chest armor, followed by a volley of short-range missiles raining down on her position a moment later. Caitlin muttered another curse. That Warhammer pilot was going for broke, firing off his full arsenal in a single massive attack. It took guts to fight like that, risking a rapid heat buildup in order to saturate an opponent's defenses. She checked the computer's damage board. Laser and missile hits and flying debris from the near miss behind her had left the Marauder's chest and back armor and one arm-mounted PPC pockmarked with half a dozen small, shallow pits, but none was particularly threatening. The enemy PPC had caused the worst damage, scoring away armor in a wide crater on the mech's leg just above the knee joint. It hadn't penetrated, but another hit or two in the same area was likely to take out the whole leg and leave the Marauder helpless. Stepping sideways awkwardly, she started retargeting frantically. The Warhammer was slightly lighter than her Marauder, but just about equal in armaments, and that pilot was no cadet. He knew his business all right. Override engaged. Ghost 4, she said, trying to keep her voice even. I need help. That Warhammer's out for my blood. Even before she could finish reprogramming her firing controls, the Warhammer cut loose again.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
got a Raven, stealth right in front of you.
New target
Or
acquired.
Cheetah. As soon as you go around that corner, there's a Raven right there. Right behind you. Yeah.
Which corner?
You saw him. He found him. Or that's C4, C3.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
It's amazing how much more responsive this Arctic Wolf feels than my night gear.
That stealth Raven is in Bravo 4.
And it is a short-range brawler build.
I haven't seen him cross. I think he's still there.
Yep, Bravo 4.
New target
Target spotted.
acquired.
We are rotating like crazy.
Alright, he just ran away. He's going C3.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. At 25%.
Target spotted.
Got a
Fuel at 0%.
right behind us,
Target
Mole Shark.
spotted.
Q, Bravo.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
They've got a Gosser sitting out there watching for us. It looks like along the 2 line.
Spotted.
Target acquired. Fuel at 25%. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
We're getting pinched here, guys.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%. New target acquired.
Looks like only half of the enemies remain.
destroyed. Target acquired. New target.
I know a number of them are pretty beat up, but I don't know if that'll be enough. The Black Lantern as a whole is just thoroughly broken right now.
New target acquired. Target acquired.
Yes. I believe so.
New target acquired.
You might want to go help your guy in Charlie 3.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Charger has open CT.
Yeah, none of my missiles seem to hit him there, so.
New target
I was
acquired.
talking more for the Starker with the
Watch your
large
back,
pulse
watch your back, watch
sequence.
your back.
New
Right
target
leg if he's
acquired.
facing you, left leg if he's not.
New target
Oh,
acquired.
nice, he's showing you his right leg. I do not think you have enough missiles to finish this.
25%. Fuel at 0%.
Hey, I took him out at least.
0%.
But no, I am out of missiles.
Flee the battlefield.
Death from above.
Target acquired. New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
I'm going to go see if I can ram him off and see if he breaks his leg.
Yes, do it.
Fuel at 25%. New target acquired. Right arm critical damage. Right arm critical damage.
That is one laser.
Critical damage.
There's no room on this mech for it. If I could have put more lasers, I would have put on frickin' more ammo.
And then he could have won the match for us.
Now, where'd that other guy go? Go kick him in the
He was
leg.
back in Charlie 3. You
Yeah.
ran by him.
You passed straight by him.
Oh, okay.
Fuel at 25%. Right arm destroyed. Weapon destroyed. Left arm critical damage. Fuel at 25%.
Respond. This is Clan Command. Respond.
I was trying to make him shoot his ally there. I'll say I tried kicking him, I tried death from above, I tried everything I could. I could not get them to die. I was hoping that the charger was going to screw up and overheat himself to death. Oh well, what can you do? I mean, 3 killing blows, 3 kill assists, 2 solos, 2 KMDDs, 878 points of damage done. I did everything I could. Oh well. I know if I had some way of putting a light laser or like even a small laser on here, that'd be great. But for one, I don't think it has a laser hardpoint. It doesn't unless I switch the omnipods, which I don't want to do. And right, and even doing that, basically, I would end up having to drop some ammo. I mean, I could drop some of the armor, I guess, and try to get another half ton of ammo in here. Let me try that. There. Fit another half ton of ammo in here. Took off a little bit of armor on legs, 2 armor on each of the arms, and another point of armor from the head. Yeah, the Black Lantern is just so broken at the moment, but I know they're fixing it in the next patch, so... Mirage perform boasts of laser dominance. Well, there was a lot going on there while I was trying to play. Sir Arminius, Rotato of my life. I like it. Well, good evening, everybody. Glad to have you guys here. Let's get back to some story time, shall we? Ghost Leader, this is Ghost 3. This is Leader, Alex Carlisle said through clenched teeth. Give Caitlin a hand. That Warhammer's too much for her to tackle on her own. Roger, Leader. Davis Clay came back. I'm on it. Oh, yeah. Now, the thing is, even without that, I consistently do, like 800-900 points of damage with this Arctic Wolf. It is just an insane build on this thing if you can run it well. But yes, UAVs, tagging, narking, always a help. Alex had to fight down the impulse to focus on the fight between the Marauder and the Warhammer. Much as he wanted to back up Caitlin DeVries, that wasn't his role now. The battle plan required that his archer do more important work than merely slugging it out toe-to-toe with the enemy on the ground. He switched to the special-purpose comlink channel that had been set aside for the mechs and tanks tasked for special duty. This is Ghost Leader, he said. Commence Operation Sky Sweep. Now! Alex was feeding instructions into his targeting computer even as he spoke. Operation Sky Sweep was designed to discourage the Free Sky dropships lifting clear of the port from lending anything more than moral support to the troops on the ground. McCall had suggested it first, and the plan was as simple and elegant as any really good one had to be. Most commanders regarded dropships as their most important assets, preferring to keep them out of danger unless absolutely necessary. So Sky Sweep called for the Legion elements equipped with long-range missile batteries to focus all their attention on the enemy ships until they decided that the battlefield was too unhealthy a place for their craft. But they couldn't afford to spend too much time on the two dropships, not with a reinforced company of mechs on the ground. "Targeting," he announced. "Norlands, Hansen, you stick with the Leopard until McCall or I say differently.
Reactor online.
Remember, the Grey Death Legion, they're full of Scottish and Irish people. That's what they all are. As is the planet of Glengarry. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Roger, Doc.
Fuel at 25%.
I'm supposed to wipe the ass of all hostiles. Show no mercy. So who's got the single ply?
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
That was weird. I showed taking damage from the rear, but I actually took no damage.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Fuel at 25%.
Target
Fuel
spotted.
at 0%. Target destroyed.
I got your back, Bear.
Target
Target spotted.
acquired.
It's because I had your back. He was trying to come at you. And I said, no! That will not be a thing in my world. And so I shot him. I shot him until he died.
New target acquired.
Yeah, Heavy Gauss Fafnir.
Target spotted.
He's not long for this world.
Target spotted.
There's a
Target
bunch,
destroyed.
Charlie 3.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
I love hitting a Corsair 7A with missiles. He doesn't even have AMS on that thing.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 25%. target acquired. Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
We're half down. Don't let the hostiles take down any more of you.
Target spotted.
Looks like only half of the enemies remain.
Critical damage. Mech destroyed. Fuel at 25%. Heat level critical.
Ah, he legged me.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Ammo at 25%. Target destroyed.
More remaining. Crush the cowards. The jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
Ooh, no.
There's a guy right in the center. Charlie 3, Delta 3.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
Hey, come with me back around Charlie 3. Take him in the back and I'll melt.
Looks like I think we have a Highlander and a Timberwolf left on their side.
Affirmative.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Timberwolf's dead.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
So's the Highlander. They were both so dead. One volley of missiles took out first one and then the next one. 4 killing blows, 4 kill assists, 1 solo, 3 KMDDs, 868 done. Yeah, I went out and bullied a Bull Shark and a Corsair 7A. If only the Corsair had had AMS on it, I wouldn't have been able to bully those two. But it didn't, so I did. Bullion assault mechs. Bullion assault mechs. Bullion assault mechs. It's what I love to do. Oh, you mean, what could be more fun than bullying some assault mechs? I know. Listening to the Grey Death Legion try to bully people. Locking on now. MechWarrior Sergeant Rachel Nolans responded. Her Cataphract and Paul Hansen's Dervish were part of Denikin's Fire Lance, and both were well suited to the role of engaging the smaller dropship. The probability of doing serious damage to either ship was low, but repeated bombardments by missile salvos would make any ship captain nervous. Commencing fire, Hansen added a moment later. Then, missiles away! Alex saw the swirling trails leaping skyward from the Fire Lance position off to his right. Captain Radcliffe, concentrate on the Union. Radcliffe's tank platoon included a trio of harasser missile platforms, 2 fitted out with SRM launchers, the third mounting a heavier LRM system. Although they lacked the punch of the fire support mechs, the hover tanks had the advantage of being fast and maneuverable. They could get in close, take their shots, and withdraw again quickly before the dropship gunners could react. Or, at least that was the plan. Combined with sustained fire from Carlisle's Archer, they would make certain the crew of the Union class noticed the Legion. They would certainly make the crew of the Union class notice the Legion. Alex waited for the targeting crosshairs to flash red, then hit the firing studs for both missile racks in quick succession. The Archer staggered under the multiple recoil of 40 missiles streaking from the tubes. Slow and stately, the dropship was lifting off, but it gathered speed as it rose from the tarmac like some impossible prehistoric flying beast disturbed from an age-long slumber. There was a rippling of explosions near the underside of the spherical vessel as some of Alex's missiles found their mark, but he didn't even bother with the BDA readouts. He knew the attack wouldn't cause enough damage to penetrate the thick armor. Not yet.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems
Override engaged.
engaged.
We have the Fox line, the only Fox line, so I will go there and shoot some mechs. I'll fire missiles, I'll lock on targets, and I'll make them all explode. All to the tune of You Are My Sunshine. Because I think it will make me laugh.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
All right, that's a fire moth that was up here under ECM, so I couldn't get him targeted, but it looks like he ran the moment he actually got targeted.
New target acquired.
Target
Got a
spotted.
mech up on the other side, C5, or excuse me, C5.
Yeah, he's 1,500 meters from me.
New target
spotted.
acquired. New target
spotted.
acquired.
Got a couple in D2 going up to our up to our base.
Yeah, I'm guessing we're going to see them go get on our base here in a sec.
Target spotted.
Nope, they're actually spinning around the base. Full lance coming up the backside Echo 2 to Fox 2. Fire Moth low, coming in under ECM. Make that a 5th mech coming that way as well.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
They're up top on the Fox line.
Target spotted.
UAV activated.
Which means I cannot stay up here because they're going to come over and just bully the shit out of me.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
No, they all went up to the Fox line.
Target spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
Sorry, I was going after that light it was trying to do.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
Target spotted. Affirmative.
New target acquired. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%. Fuel at 25%. New target acquired.
Sorry.
Fuel at 25%. Target
There's a guy
destroyed.
in F4 hiding
New
behind some
target
stuff. I can't
acquired.
shoot him from here.
Fuel at 25%. Fuel
Target
at
spotted.
0%.
Need assistance.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
The fire moth is down.
Any idea where the last guy is?
Is it still that guy that was up on the Fox line?
Target acquired.
Oh, because he's dead. A
Target
stick.
destroyed.
All right. All right, all right, all right. If we hadn't seen those guys coming around the back of Fox, that could have been really bad for us. No, only 463 damage this time. Yep. 2 killing blows, 4 kill assists, 1 KMDD, 463 done. And arrows up. As you should be. Time for something a little different. How about... Things that make you go, son of a bitch! No, that's not what I... you know what? I'm going to run this for a minute. While waiting for the green lights on his board to register the end of the automated reloading cycle, Alex was struck by another thought. He switched to the private channel that linked him to McCall. Major, he began, feeling foolish and worried all at once. Are you tracking those fighters, the tower reported? They're nae on my screen, ye laddie, McCall replied. But I watching for them. When things get hot down here, you can bank on yon bastards to call them in to cover their asses. The Major paused, then went on. You tend to the business at hand, young Alex. I'll watch the skies. Alex glanced left out of the cockpit, his eyes lingering on the towering form of McCall's Highlander. It was an old design, mounting a highly accurate Gauss gun with tracking and fire control gear even better than a rifleman's. They were scarce as hen's teeth in the successor states even today, having fallen out of use long ago as Star League technology disappeared. But the schematics had been contained with the other data in the Grey Death memory core that McCall had helped Carlisle's father retrieve all those years ago on Helm. The Caledonian hadn't been able to resist the notion of driving such an aptly named mech into battle, and most of his share of Grey Death profits over the years had gone into buying the fighting machine, which he named Bannockburn in honor of a famous Scottish victory on ancient Terra. Hetty painted it in a tartan color scheme for the Day of Heroes festivities, and there hadn't been time to change it since. Now it stood like a gigantic clansman, weapon mounts slowly traversing back and forth as McCall scanned the skies for the first signs of enemy fighter support. Alex wrenched his attention back to his own control board. He couldn't afford any distractions now. The battle was at hand. Half a dozen red lights were showing on Caitlin's board, and a warning klaxon was sounding in her ears. Half blinded by the sweat dripping into her eyes, she squinted and tried to line up another PPC shot at the Warhammer. Her fist clenched around the trigger on the left-hand side of the throttle, but there was no reaction. Then she saw the red light over the left PPC status monitor, and she cursed. The Warhammer had slammed her Marauder with 2 more devastating attacks in quick succession, while she'd gotten off only a single reply. The computer was reporting that her armor was nearly burned through in 2 places, and the onboard cooling system was failing fast. Now this. Aye, we all know how that goes.
Online. Sensors online. Weapons online.
Because, you know, a mech is like a parfait.
All systems nominal.
Or is a mech like an onion? Layers. Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Parfaits. ER medium lasers, light machine guns, all ready to smite the enemy.
Target spotted.
There's probably more of them coming from over that way. Or could be at least.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
UAV
Contact
activated.
E4.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
We should probably group up.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
UAV activated.
Come to the tonnage. It's hard for the tonnage to go to you.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Acquired. Center torso critical damage.
Target spotted.
Damn, I don't know what that guy hit me with for ballistics, but it just ripped through my CT.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Mm-hmm.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Need assistance. Affirmative.
New target acquired.
Target
New
spotted.
target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
Mech Golf 5 high.
I think they shifted left.
Target spotted.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Destroyed.
Target
Warning,
spotted.
incoming missile. Warning, incoming missile. Warning, incoming missile.
Fuck. Could not get out of the way of that.
Artillery strike online.
Target spotted.
About to get surrounded.
Toast, unless you're going to get in a mech, be quiet.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
We're half down. Don't let the hostiles take down any more of you.
Artillery strike online.
Enemy forces at
New target
75%.
acquired. New target
Need
acquired.
assistance.
The jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
Acquired. Artillery strike activated. Target acquired. target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. Center torso critical damage.
Respond. This is Clan Command. Respond.
That was a rough match. Spotting. I don't think that's what you're intended to do. Let's see, what do I have on those? Yeah, I need to rebuild those. My Shadowcats are both set up as beam lasers right now, which is not what I want in my Shadowcats. But I'm not going to take the time right now to rebuild. Right now, it's time to read. Her one hope of escape was the heat the enemy Warhammer had been building up in its savage attacks. No coolant system could handle the full output of so many energy weapons firing in unison, and if the pilot didn't cease fire and let his heat sinks go to work, soon he'd be running the risk of a computer-controlled shutdown. If she could just move back behind the shelter of the nearest hangar. Too late. A hulking Free Sky Crusader was moving up to support the Warhammer. Another 65-ton mech would make short work of her, damaged as the Marauder already was. Still backpedaling awkwardly, trying to compensate for the weakness in the leg actuators damaged by a missile strike on the cratered armor above the right knee joint, Caitlin switched from PPCs to the powerful autocannon mounted above her cockpit. She canceled the computer targeting and traversed the weapon by eye, squeezing off a full cassette of AP rounds in quick succession. The enemy Crusader stopped as the projectiles raked across its path. One shell slammed into the big mech's arm, and another caught it in the chest. In that moment, as the enemy pilot was raising a massive arm to bring a battery of LRMs to bear on her, another mech seemed to appear out of nowhere. Fire flamed from twin jump jets as Dave Clay's Griffin sailed over the admin building and settled onto the tarmac 30 meters behind the Crusader. Caitlin winced as the mech staggered on landing. She knew the ankle joint was supposed to be weak. Clay had taken a hell of a risk using his jump jets now. But the sudden leap had caught the Crusader's pilot by surprise. Clay kept control of the Griffin and brought his PPC to bear. Before the Crusader could fire, Clay had lined up his target and opened up. It was a perfect shot, catching the Crusader right in the weakest armor around the rear of the cockpit assembly. Debris spouted high into the air from the force of the blast, and the mech's head seemed to snap forward. For a long moment, nothing happened, but then the huge fighting machine swayed and toppled, falling with a crash Caitlin could feel vibrating through the ground under her own Marauder's feet. Wilhelm Strieger stared at his monitor in disbelief as Lieutenant Wellman's Crusader fell. That had been an incredible shot. The Griffin that had delivered that savage stroke was no match for a Warhammer in a stand-up fight, but Strieger's board still showed his mech's heat above the red line. He couldn't fire again until more of the heat dissipated. Meanwhile, he was nothing but a huge target standing here in the open. Right now, his only alternative was to break off. Reluctantly, Strieger turned left and ducked behind the cover of the admin building, shifting to a run to put some distance between his mech and his opponent's. It rankled to turn his back on a fight, but he didn't intend to be gone for long. "This is Vanguard 1, he said over the Lance channel. "Cryodon, Coleman, form on me, coordinates green 5. When his heat was back to a tolerable level, he'd make sure that neither of those Grey Death mechs survived the rematch.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Second verse, same as the first. And we are all here in the mechs. Watch out to your right for mechs. You know that they dropped over there. All right. They went around the right side of the Gulf 5 mountain, so we shouldn't have to worry about them.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
He moved on.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Aw, did I leg the Marauder already?
Target spotted.
Heat level critical.
Good, I keep him targeted for you.
Heat level critical.
Oh, you're definitely hitting him hard.
Heat level critical. Target destroyed.
Now he is. I assume you got the KMDD on that one?
Target spotted.
Looks like there's a whole bunch of mechs up on the 7 line.
2 Lermers, Echo 7.
Target
Target
spotted.
acquired.
Enemy forces at 75%.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Need assistance.
I was alone in
The
Echo 6.
enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New
Spotted.
target
Well, there's
acquired.
Spotted.
That heavy gauze guy is over
Target
in
spotted.
Rolling incoming missile.
G6, I think.
Rolling incoming missile.
Target spotted.
Destroyed. Override shutdown. Right arm critical damage. Right arm destroyed. Target destroyed.
There we go.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target
You're
destroyed.
getting shot in the jaws in the back, but I can't figure out from where.
Target destroyed. Target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. Target acquired. Heat level critical. Heat level critical. Right leg critical damage. Right torso critical damage. Left torso destroyed.
Crush the coward.
Left leg critical damage. Left torso critical damage. Center torso critical
Murder
damage.
ball, murder ball.
Large laser destroyed.
Raven around here somewhere in Echo 7.
Override shutdown. Heatsink destroyed. System offline. System offline.
Damn, I've been powered down for a while now, over 100% still. Oh, there we go. Finally. I can't believe I didn't die. No. It's the Narc Raven. Barbette's been running it recently. That's not who... Oh, yeah, we are missing their disconnect, too. Definitely not up here in Charlie 8 area. I'm 25% of a kit fox right now. The center of my mech is so freaking weak. Like, I have armor there, but you could probably sneeze at me and kill me. You said H6?
They have one DC also.
No, I thought he said H6, didn't he?
Target acquired.
Spotted.
Yeah, H6 is where the DC is, and Barbette said she was chilling out over there. And she's narking them over there, so she must be. I have zero chance of making it there before the Arctic Wolf is dead. I'm at 25%.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
Yeah, like,
Target spotted.
I was at the top of my heat range, and they blew off one of my torsos. I literally just shut down, and I was powered off for probably 30 to 45 seconds before it finally got to the point where I could
Target spotted.
do anything.
Target destroyed.
Bask in the glory of your triumph.
Good game, y'all. Good game.
One killing blow, 7 kill assists, 1 KMDD, 775 done. Ooh, look at you go. Had to beat me by 1. I see how it was. An old man was so mad at me for going up and just standing on him in that archer. Oh, that was funny. Doesn't he know I raid Barbette every Saturday? Eddie's Inner Lands. And Unit. All right. It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your story time is? It shows on my side that he's ready, so you should be able to launch. Do you guys remember those commercials? It's 10 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? I don't know. Chapter 29. Dunkeld, Glengarry, Sky March, Federated Commonwealth, 7 April 3056. The entire ship seemed to shudder as the Anastasia took another barrage of missiles from the spaceport. Wincing as he clutched the arms of his command chair, Wiltel Hauptmann Lippard glared across at the exec's position. Damage report, he snapped. Still no major hits, sir. The dropship's executive officer responded. All decks reporting minor damage, mostly from shifting of unsecured objects. Mech Base 3 is showing a red light on the external ramp, and we have a minor hull penetrations in 3 locations. Nothing serious. Not yet, Lippard shot back. More missiles incoming, the sensor tech reported. Weapons officer, the exec barked. Can't you return fire yet? Most of the possible targets are still operating too close to our own mech, sir, the woman at the weapons board responded. The only ones we could try to hit without risking our own people are some of those hover tanks, and they're moving around too fast for us to get a clear shot. We've got to tell Striga to either get in there and take care of the bastards himself, or to pull back and let us deal with them, sir, the exec told Lepard. Lepard shook his head. I'm not sticking around down here any longer, he said. We're not going to risk the ship just to nail a few mechs. Helm, climb to 20,000 and hold. Pass the word to the Raven to do the same, and launch all fighters. They can get down and dirty with the mechs without risking our boys. Sir, Striga's counting on us to intercept the enemy dropship. The fighters can handle that too, Lepard countered angrily. If that bastard gets high enough that it looks like it might escape, we can go after him then, but I'm not staying low and taking the pounding. The Anastasia wasn't designed for that digital game. There was a long moment of silence. Well, don't just sit there, Lepard rasped at last. Execute the orders. Override engaged. I was facing away from all of you, so I have to turn around, so we can go and fight together.
Thanks.
I am here to pump you up. Whee! Jump! Ha, I jump in front of the large assault mechs. Vega never saw me coming. It was a complete surprise. I launched my death from above, from the side, to not land on you. In other words, it was completely pointless. I'm going to head over towards Hamburger Hill. Especially because I'll be under ECM. I see lots of terrain, but no mechs.
Negative.
Target acquired.
Spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Heavy concentration, Fox 7.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Watch it, you got a bushwhacker behind you, Bear.
Target spotted.
I got one behind us already in Cold 5.
He'll be dead in a moment. He's dead.
He's dead, Jim.
It's worse than that. He's dead, Jim. What?
Target
Target spotted.
Can somebody get down the UAV that's over Fox 5?
We got a Raven back here at Fox 5 too.
Yeah, you're going to have to back off, Bear. Those UAVs above you are just going to leave you targeted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
Those of you in Fox 5 might want to pull back to the G line. They're heading to you.
Damn, what the hell is going on?
Rotate a potato.
Yep.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Let's take the longbow.
They've got 2 different stealth ravens, guys.
Artillery strike. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
They're pushing us here.
Target spotted.
New target critical damage. Warning, incoming missile. Artillery
Target
strike
spotted.
online.
Target.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
I'm almost out of armor. Somebody else is gonna push.
That longbow's hurt.
Lombow's dead.
New target
Once there's 2 longbows.
acquired. New target acquired. Introducing critical damage. Right torso destroyed.
Don't let the hostiles take down any more of you.
Heat level critical. Overload shutdown.
Atlas are about to blow up.
Destroyed.
I'm about to die too.
Autocannon ammo destroyed. Center torso critical damage. MRM ammo at 0%. MRM ammo at 25%. Target destroyed.
Enemies remain.
Target
Target
spotted.
acquired.
Need help with Kilo.
Warning, incoming missile. New target acquired. Left torso critical damage.
Bring Kilo over the edge.
Incoming missile.
The jaws of defeat are closing in around us.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Right torso destroyed. Right arm destroyed. ER large laser destroyed. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
I don't think I've ever seen frickin'
Spotted.
You got UAV. over
mag
top
shots
of
in
you,
a
too.
Nova Cat before.
Use a stick, watch the other guy that's on you.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Right to your right.
New target acquired. Left leg critical damage. Right leg
Look, good fight.
Good fight, everyone.
Nice, nice.
Shadow Dog 43, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. I only did 290, 1K MDD, arrows down. Yeah, it's funny when you can watch it, you're like, yeah, that guy's not using a mouse. But hey, to each their own. Some people like the joysticks. I'm not a fan, but I know you are, Bear. All right. We could always use one more in the lands. We got a spot open at the moment. If you want to jump into LFG, we can come and pick you up. Do you want to pass me a lead for a minute, Bear? Do. Just let me know you're... Oh, there we go. Oh, that's too many people. Sorry, second person. I have to kick you. Leave LFG. First come, first served. All right, you're in. Bear, you got lead again. And I'll go back to reading. Yeah, just got to ready up. Yeah. Skizix, sure. All right, where was I at? I've got a fault shown in the injector, Skipper, reported Ensign Oathwaite to the rest of the dropship Europa's bridge crew. Aborting startup procedure. Lieutenant Evan Fowler cursed under his breath, but tried to keep from showing his impatience to the rest of the crew. A cold start on a fusion reactor was one of the most difficult tasks a shipmaster had to face, and it was no fault of Oathwaite's if the systems balked. There were some things even the best engine tech couldn't control. But that didn't make the delay any easier to accept. The timing of the whole Grey Death operation around the Dunkeld starport depended on getting the Legion's sole space-worthy dropship aloft, while the invaders were still reacting to the changing situation around them. He would have been happier if they could have moved the Europa away from the port long before the arrival of the enemy armada, but he'd been overruled in the War Council. Crippling the Legion's aerospace assets was almost certain to be von Bülow's top priority, and the ambush plan depended on having the dropship in plain sight from orbit, bait to encourage von Bülow to commit his forces to a landing. But at the same time, the Europa was far too valuable to simply abandon. The dropship still had an important part to play, if they could get her off the ground before the enemy started to turn their attention her way. Fowler checked his tactical monitor. Both enemy dropships were starting to climb away fast. The Grey Death battle plan had originally intended to force the withdrawal of the enemy vessels to create an opportunity for the Europa to make her big move. Now, obviously, they were falling behind schedule fast. The dropship couldn't lift until the fusion plant was online. Fowler knew the old military axiom too well. No battle plan survives contact with the enemy. He hoped Alex Carlisle and his staff would be flexible enough to respond to the breakdown of his plan before everything became unglued. The alternative was disaster,
Online.
pure and simple.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems now.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Command. Get to the target and capture it. Cut down any enemies that get in the way.
Oh, my bad.
Whee! Am I the only light mech? That's never good. At least not in a Kit Fox. If I was in one of my normal light mechs, it wouldn't be so bad.
We're gonna poke around the side over here.
Great.
Alright, I'm in Delta 5. I'm not seeing anything Echo 3 high like we normally would.
Target spotted.
I was more thinking like our snipers that are normally up there.
Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
How the hell did I lose my back armor on that?
Target spotted.
Something had to have hit me from behind, which was probably our team.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Working Alpha.
New target acquired.
Target
On
spotted.
Delta.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
This is all our team.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Alright, I'm pushing into the basement.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New
Target
target
spotted.
acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Heavy Jaeger's crit in the right leg.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
There's Klingons on the starboard bow, starboard bow, starboard bow. There's Klingons on the starboard bow. Scrape them off, Jim.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
There's a light up in D5, E5. Excuse me, D6, E6. Up on the wall up there.
New target acquired.
Spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
I'm going to have to come down, I think. But I can't jump because I might break my leg.
Target spotted. Need assistance.
New target acquired.
Well, I guess let's risk it. I think I can take some stair steps down almost.
Coming to you. You got 2 assaults in the middle.
Target spotted.
On Fox.
Ah.
New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Affirmative.
Heat sink destroyed. New target acquired. Center torso critical damage. New target acquired. Target destroyed. New target acquired.
I knew he was so close to death. Good match, everybody. I'll take a 12-8 any day of the week. Very good, sir. Very good. 3 killing blows, 9 kill assists, 1 solo, 1 KMDD, 796 done, 3 team damage. Arrows up. Dang, I managed to get the most damage in the match. On our side, at least. All right. Kit Fox, away! Signal command that we're still stuck on the ground, Fowler ordered quietly, and reinitiate startup sequence. Have to clear the injectors first, the engineer responded, sounding distracted. 2 minutes. Make it 1, Fowler told him. Outhwaite gave him a grim nod. The Europa reports she's still on the ground, Alex Carlyle told McCall over the private comlink channel. The cold start's taken longer than it was supposed to. If we don't get her up soon... Aye, McCall said. 'Twill nae be a pretty sight. And we have more problems too, laddie. The escort fighters are on my screens and closing fast, and I think the enemy dropships are opening their fighter bay doors for a launch as well. We can't let them get in here with those fighters, Alex said grimly. We've got to go straight to Phase 5. Aye, the Caledonian repeated, even if it means sacrificing Fowler. Alex swallowed hard. This was still the worst part of the commander's role as far as he was concerned. Any decision he made could result in his people dying. But it had to be done. Fowler's Europa might still win through, even if they accelerated the rest of the battle plan before the dropship was off the ground and ready for action. On the other hand, if those enemy fighters got in among the defenders of the port, mechs and men would certainly be lost. Right, he said at last, trying not to betray the tightness in his throat. Second match in over 6 months. Well, welcome back to the game. You're still on Overwatch, Major. Do what you can against those fighters. He switched channels without waiting for a response. All units, this is Ghost Leader. New orders. Go to Phase 5 and execute as planned. Repeat, execute Phase 5 now. Europa, lift when ready, but go to Phase 5 now. Do you understand? Lieutenant Fowler's voice came back. Understood, Leader, he said gruffly. Hope you know what the hell you're doing. So do I, Alex thought grimly. So do I. Captain Julio Vargas ran his eyes over his cockpit readouts one last time before keying in his comlink. This is Dragon Leader, he said. Ready to launch. Roger that, Dragon Leader. The voice of the Europa's flight controller came back. The man sounded tense. He had every reason to be. Transferring battery power to launch control. Dragon Leader, Vargas responded, reaching out to flip the line of switches that would power up the engines of his aerospace fighter. Initiating launch sequence. Now! He cut the comlink and muttered a short prayer. Vargas wasn't ordinarily a religious man, but this launch was no ordinary mission. Not anymore. Not since young Carlyle's orders to skip ahead to Phase 5. The original battle plan had called for keeping the Legion's fighter assets under cover until Phase 4, when the Europa lifted off. The fighters were supposed to support the dropship, keeping enemy fighters and dropships busy while Fowler carried out his part of the operation. In Phase 5, with the dropship's role accomplished, the fighters were supposed to mix it up more generally, providing air cover or ground support as needed. Now they were going straight into general combat action immediately, before the dropship was up. The difference between running interference for Fowler or plunging into the thick of the battle wasn't the part that worried Vargas. It was the launch procedure itself. He and his wingman had loaded their Slayer aerospace fighters aboard the Europa before the Free Sky Armada had shown up in orbit. According to the orderly progression of the original battle plan, they would have launched after takeoff to give the dropship the kind of close support it was likely to need, while the other 4 fighters in the Legion's tiny arsenal took off from a concealed hangar at Castle Hill to link up a few minutes later. Back yet, Bear? I'll take that as a no. Well, we'll get dropped as soon as he returns with his drink. Must have gotten sidetracked somewhere. Normally doesn't take him quite this long. Oh, no worries. We were just talking about you. Instead, they were now taking off while the dropship was still on the ground, and that was dangerous. The 80-ton Slayer was designed for staying power, not maneuverability, and it would take skillful handling for the 2 Legion pilots to clear the buildings beyond the port compound after their high-speed catapult launch. Alright, hold on. Come on. Da da do 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 do. All right, where was I going? All right, that's right here. Oh, that's why. I want that here. Whisper. Ba-doot, 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 ba-doot. All right, where was I at? It was exactly the kind of situation Vargas dreaded most. Yes, he projected the image of the classic daredevil fighter pilot to his comrades in arms, and in any normal combat situation, he could put aside all doubts or fears and bury himself in the moment-to-moment needs of combat flying. But as seconds ticked away on the automated countdown sequence, all he could do was sit in the cockpit and think of everything that might go wrong. Vargas didn't fear death. Any fighter pilot quickly came to accept the idea that each battle might be his last. But Julio Vargas had a morbid dread of injury. A serious disfiguring injury that might leave him something less than what he was. Of course, modern bionics and plastic surgery techniques were supposed to erase almost any wound. But the thought of living out his life with artificial limbs or pseudo-organic skin was repugnant. Men like Davis McCall, with bionic limbs or organs, made him nervous. To be that way himself. And a crash on takeoff was just the sort of accident that might leave Vargas alive, but crippled. Light flooded into the fighter bay as the 2 airlock doors of the launch tube rolled back. The seconds continued their inexorable march down to 0. Then, acceleration slammed Vargas back into his seat. Flung outward by the launch catapult, the Slayer hurtled into open air, and the computer automatically cut in the fighter's thrusters. Vargas hauled back on his control stick and pressed the throttles full forward. The G-force tore at him despite his protective gear, but the fighter's nose came up, 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 the Slayer rocketing over the closest building, gaining altitude fast. And now, a MechWarrior battle of our own.
Coverage in the back, covering everybody in the front.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Not Naya. Hello, hello. And Skizix, welcome to the channel. Green Glitz, how are you this evening? It's going pretty good. We're having some wins, we're having some losses, a classic MechWarrior Online quick play night. Because that's what it is. That's what it always is. How was your stream this evening? Beam Laser Kit Fox is actually really fun if you can, play it well. It takes knowing how to set up and hit and move and hit and move, because you just can't stare at the opponent.
Target acquired.
Check.
But
Check.
But the nice part is because
Hello.
because there's no cooldown time, there's no anything else. You can literally see him for a sec, put 2 points of damage into him, and move away.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Hit all those lights over there. Good. I'm glad you had some fun matches. Win, lose, or draw, as long as I'm getting good brawls, I'm having fun.
Target acquired.
Would I love to always come out with wins?
Maybe I'll get taken out. And then you guys
Sure,
can have some
but... yeah, they are fun. I mean, this is a build that not a lot of people run, but
New target acquired.
I like it.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
You're all pretty much golf 7.
Charlie is narked. Charlie is narked.
New target acquired.
And the nice part is the mount points on these are really high. We got a Narc Raven that's running around in Echo 7, Echo 8 area.
Target spotted.
That stalker's pretty shot up, CT.
Frickin' stealth Ravens. There's been a lot of them running tonight.
They're inside the bubbles, the
New target
natural
acquired.
gas area.
Target spotted.
Go Vega!
New
First.
target acquired.
First blood.
Target destroyed.
One down.
Target acquired.
Vega crushing the enemies.
Acquired.
Affirmative. Target spotted.
Oh, that's why you're doing it. You're in a plane.
Work the Delta.
Sorry.
Heat sink
Ow.
destroyed. Warning, incoming missile. Left flag destroyed. Left torso critical damage. Left
Kodiak
torso
took out my leg.
destroyed. Left arm destroyed.
And then my torso.
Laser destroyed. New target acquired. Heat level critical. Heat level critical. Warning, incoming missile. Heat level critical.
Need assistance.
Who?
ACM.
Target
Up
acquired.
around Fox 8.
New target
It helps
acquired.
so they can help you, bud. They're right on you.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
You said Fox 8?
Light the back hero.
Critical damage.
Fox 8?
New target acquired. Center torso
Hello?
critical damage. New target
I'm lagged and I cannot believe I'm still alive. 29% of a kit fox.
Target spotted.
Warning, incoming missile. Right leg critical damage.
I moved up to help the team. I should just stayed in my little
Ah, they finally got me.
You know, we're so spread out in that train and death. They're just gonna walk in and shoot everybody else one at a time. It's like a daisy train that you see when you're going into the Middle East and you're just shooting all the cars on the road.
Heat level critical. Heat sink destroyed. Strike online.
Little parasite. Yum yum.
Yeah, good pilot show.
You were the only one left, so yeah.
Right?
Just remember, sometimes you're the hammer, sometimes you get nailed. This time, we got nailed. That's weird. Like it's not working in-game, or... Huh. Very weird. If you're running one with admin, one without, sometimes it gives it issues. Yep, I have pushed to mute. For exactly that reason. All right, back to story time. Okay. His sensor board lit up with targeting traces, all hostile, closing fast. But Vargas let out a sigh of relief nonetheless. These were dangers he could handle with scarcely a second thought. Dragon Leader, good shot, he announced. Dragon 2, cleared for launch. Get up here and join the fun, Danny boy. Launch sequence initiated. Ensign Daniel McMasters, his wingman, responded. Though the younger pilot's voice quavered a little, McMasters sounded almost eager to join his companion. Vargas turned to port as his computer identified a hostile fighter launching from the Free Sky Leopard. He thumbed the weapon selector switch to autocannon and waited for the computer to lock on the target. The crosshairs drifted across his HUD until they centered on the fast-moving image of the lightweight enemy Sparrowhawk. As they flashed red, Vargas tightened his finger on the firing stud and the autocannon barked. Shots stitched across the Sparrowhawk's wing as the enemy pilot tried to roll left and up. Vargas followed the maneuver with the cannon still blazing. Suddenly the wing started to shred, and the Free Sky fighter spun away out of control. Vargas saw the pilot punch out, his chute opening seconds after the Sparrowhawk had plunged into a warehouse on the banks of the Erne, where it meandered through the center of Dunkeld. The explosion sent fire and smoke billowing up from the heart of the Glengarry capital. "One for the Dragon Slayer!" Vargas whooped over the comlink. He'd bestowed the name on his fighter years ago, during the last Legion campaign against House Kurita. Come on, Danny boy, if you want a piece of the glory. Launching now, McMasters replied. There was a moment of silence. Then the flight controller's voice cut in from the bridge of the Europa. Pull up, Dragon 2. You're too low. Pull up. Then a scream drowned out the words, followed by utter silence. Vargas shuddered. He knew what had happened even before the flight controller's shaken report. Dragon 2 didn't clear the buildings. He tried to blank out the horror that went with the thought that McMasters' fate might so easily have been his own. More targets were on his screen. What he had to do right now was deal with them. Alex Carlyle studied his mech's tactical display with a frown. The carefully timed battle plan he and McCall had patched together over the past days had taken less than 10 minutes to begin falling apart. And now it looked as if the Legion was in danger of losing everything. The problem with the Europa's power plant was only a tiny part of it. From the looks of things, the Steiner commander hadn't been caught off guard as much as they'd hoped, or else he'd managed an especially skillful recovery. Instead of falling back from the ambush toward a hole left by the Europa's lifting off, the opposition had evidently considered the dropship's weapons to be the greater threat and had concentrated on holding the line against the Grey Death mechs. And with nearly half the Legion force committed to the sky sweep portion of the plan, that had given the invaders a substantial numerical superiority on the ground. Somehow, Caitlin and Davis Clay had managed to destroy a Free Sky Crusader and force the other mechs of what had tentatively been identified as the enemy command lands to draw back. But that wasn't likely to continue much longer. Denikin's Cataphract and the Shadowhawk, belonging to his lancemate, MechWarrior Lodowski, were holding their own, barely, in an uneven matchup against 3 Free Sky mechs. Another Crusader, a Rifleman, and a Jaeger mech. According to the battle map, another enemy mech in the same area, an archer like Alex's, had retreated 100 meters behind the others and was now standing in the shadow of a hangar, apparently preparing to engage with long-range weapons in support of the rest of the Free Sky Company. Yay, it's working! 601 what? Bottles of beer on the wall, 601 bottles of beer.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Be aware that they probably have a Narc Raven again, because Barbette's been running her Narc Raven a lot. Which also means if Old Man is still running what he was running earlier, it's a pure Learnboat Archer. You mean boob? Barbette's a fellow streamer. I actually raid her after every Saturday stream. So, good, a decent friend and a good streamer, but I just know what she's running right now because we've encountered them already tonight.
Pay attention to the little light going into F5.
Be aware they likely have a Narc Raven on their side and some Learnboats.
Seeing the Narc Raven. Disengaging, coming in at F7.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
No, old man is in a sun spider this time, so he's not in his archer anymore. Yeah, he's just marching straight in. I think he saw me and got mad.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
4 Bex, Echo 6. 4 Bex, Echo 6. 2 Bex, pinned down F6.
Target spotted.
Learn bolt, Echo 6.
Because it's what they do.
New target acquired.
Dumb bastards aren't much fun.
New target acquired.
Yep, our bed. Oh no,
New target acquired.
that's our own narc.
Target destroyed.
Get back to cover, quick.
No, he was right up front though.
4 Bex, Echo 6. RD strike, F7.
Target spotted.
Yep, I just got narked. But it doesn't look like they have any
Target acquired.
doesn't look like they have any lurmers this
New
time.
target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Let's see if I can figure out where Barbette is at with that frickin' narc raven.
Target spotted.
You said you wanted me to just stand in front of you, right, Vega?
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Shoot down the UAV if you can.
Oh, I think I know where she is. I see some PPC rounds coming from Delta 8 area.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Two lights of Tib to take care of. Pushing up into Echo 6. Reinforce.
Target spotted.
Try to take the top. 10-4.
Narc Raven is an Echo 7.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Heat level critical.
She has fled.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Thanks.
Full sure thing. We need your help. You know, for 2 seconds. F6.
New target acquired.
Here they come up top. F6. You gotta fight. Turn around quick. Push up top.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Incoming missile.
Keep the pressure on.
New target acquired.
He's by himself.
Heat level critical. Heat sink destroyed. Left leg critical damage. Target destroyed. New target acquired. Target destroyed.
Last one.
New
F6.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
Legs.
He's been legged.
Not the other leg.
Got it.
Target destroyed.
Good match, everyone.
Good game.
Okay. Somebody find my kidney.
2 killing blows, 5 kill assists, 1 KMDD, 644 done. Arrows up. And I'm just making all mad so mad tonight. Oh, it's making me laugh. What do we got for tonnage? I should switch into something else to make him mad. 25 tons. So I can go up to 55. How about a Kintaro? That's always a fun one to make people mad. And it takes up every last ounce of our available tonnage until somebody else changed. I know. I said somebody else must have changed. Do it. Do it. Yes. And I know, right? It's one of those voices that I can run with. It's the perfect voice for the Joker. Batman. You said a sex offender. Yes, maybe that is the case. Come here, little boy. Of course, any little kid hearing that and actually going towards it has not been taught correctly. All right, where am I? We're good. We're a big one on just running whatever makes you happy, so. Off to the extreme left of the crescent-shaped battlefront, near the main gate of the Dunkeld spaceport complex, 4 more enemy mechs were advancing fast. Opposing them were Frida Bergstrom's recon mechs, but the disparity in sizes put the Legion at a sharp disadvantage. One of Radcliffe's tanks, a Pegasus, was trying to lend its aid to Bergstrom's leapfrogging retreat, but there wasn't much it could do. The recon lands could delay the enemy, but it wouldn't be able to stop them. And if the fighting went on much longer, Bergstrom's mechs would start taking unacceptable damage. On top of it all, there were still 4 Free Sky mechs off the Leopard, which so far had not taken part in the fighting. They touched down well back from the battlefield and started off toward the Europa's landing berth, but partway through the fighting had turned, evidently in response to instructions from the enemy commander, and were about to join in. Their weight would be decisive wherever they hit Alex's thin line, and the enemy fighters hadn't added their authority to the battle yet either. Alex cursed under his breath as he studied the display. He'd gambled with the lives of his father's best soldiers, and it looked as if he'd already lost. If they didn't get the plan back on track soon, it would all be over. The other Legion outfits would be destroyed piecemeal unless they recognized the hopelessness of their situation and surrendered first. Ghost Leader, this is Europa, came Fowler's voice, interrupting Alex as he wrestled mentally with the problem of shoring up the failing defensive perimeter.
Hope you're doing good, OG.
We have engine start. Lifting off now.
Yeah, hanging in there.
I copy that, Europa, he replied. It wasn't much to set against all the problems, but Alex could hardly restrain himself from cheering. Follow the plan, and you won't have the fighters, but do your best. Affirmative, Ghost Leader. We'll make it.
Reactor.
Ghost Leader standing by.
Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Let's get jiggy with it.
Run over the enemy base and do a little scouting and a little assaulting.
Sounds ready.
I'm gonna waddle myself someplace where I can make these hags do some good.
I assume weapons and not just people that you're carrying in the cockpit that you call hags, right?
Oh no. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Aye, it's my mother-in-law. The hag. She's sitting on top of the cockpit.
Target spotted.
Yep, they're on the hill on E5.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed.
Target spotted.
We had a stealth mech run through that I shot a couple times with some binaries.
Nope, they're down low with B6.
New target acquired.
F6. Got a stone rhino.
They're
one
both.
coming in.
You got a Lance and a half and F6.
New target acquired.
Got a lone stalker and Foxtrot 4. I just dropped an arty strike on him.
Target spotted.
A Centurion's cord, one touch CT.
Laughing Bear, if you lose ECM at any point, let me know.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Although you don't have ECM, neither do I.
New target acquired.
I was thinking if we lose signal.
Light in the rear, Echo 8, Delta 8.
Oh, looks like that.
Delta 5, can you spin back to Delta 7?
Stealth mech low over here, Bear. Right next to me.
Echo
6, watch out.
Lone stalker back here in the base.
Critical.
Oh, wait, never mind. It's one.
He just headed up to Delta 5.
Enemy base is being captured.
Target spotted.
So just be careful. Oh, he dropped another UAV above us.
Oof. Stop dying, people.
Enemy base is being
So yeah, if you see low signal, let me know.
What the what? Anyone else noticed that Thunderbolts have been extremely OP lately? The last update, they now hit legs. I just got legged. What the? So dumb.
target acquired.
Yeah, they've kind of gone way overboard on them.
Something got you, Bear?
Yeah, since the update, I've gone from like middle tier 2 to middle tier 3. It's just, I can't do anything anymore.
Target acquired. New target acquired.
And thunderbolted out. The 18.
So dumb.
New target acquired. Warning incoming missile. Warning incoming missile. Left arm destroyed. Heat level critical. Override shutdown. Target destroyed. Left flag destroyed. Override shutdown. Base is being captured.
I lost my leg.
Enemy base is
overheating.
Base is being captured.
I don't know that I do or don't.
Target spotted. Red flag critical damage. Warning incoming missile. Base is being captured. Critical damage. Base 25% captured. Destroyed. Base is being captured.
Yeah, but melee was not
Base
good.
Captured.
Thought I saw a laser coming from the front, but not much I could do. I was pretty well dead. Thunderbolt. 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 Oh.
Run! Hell yeah. They're going to have to earn it if they want to get me.
Run, Forrest, run.
They've got the base, so ain't gonna be.
Yeah,
I got 25%.
running was going to do absolutely no good for him.
1. Nice.
Let's see, 1 killing blow, 2 kill assists, 1 KMDD, 360 done, and an equals, which says a little bit about how we did.
Oof, top damage in the match with a 430, that's just terrible.
Yeah, suicide happens. That's why you override. All right, Bear, so you're out of here? Sounds good. If you want to pass one of us lead. That sounds like a good plan. I didn't say it was a good idea, Vega. I said it sounded like a good plan. The blip that marked the dropship on his monitor changed from green to blue to indicate that the vessel was now airborne. And the tiny symbols alongside it started changing rapidly as the Europa gained altitude and speed. The ship was moving southeast, over the city of Dunkeld and across the river Erne, leaving the battlefield far behind. In moments, it was no longer visible on Alex's screens. Whether it could elude enemy pursuit as easily remained to be seen. Meanwhile, Alex Carlisle had a battle to fight. With the Europa now out of the picture, there was a chance, just a chance, that they could still force the Free Sky troops back far enough to switch over to Phase 6, the final phase of the plan. He keyed the channel reserved for the units tasked for Sky Sweep. "This is Ghost Leader," he said, his mind racing ahead as he framed the words. The Europa's off. I think we can still persuade the bad guys they're outclassed if we concentrate our fire target by target. A couple of saturation attacks might make the difference. Aye, that's a bonny notion, McCall said. They'll nae want that kind of attention for long. Heartened by the Major's support, Alex went on. All LRMs to concentrate on one target. His fingers danced over his targeting computer, calling up the coordinates of the cluster of mechs he thought belonged to the enemy command. I'm feeding the data through the net now. Execute on my command. He finished punching in the firing pattern for his own weaponry, then hesitated, his finger poised above the firing stud. This was a last-ditch effort. Alex knew that. What he didn't know was if it would work. Chapter 30. Dunkeld, Glengarry, Sky March, Federated Commonwealth, 7 April 3056. Oberst Wilhelm Strieger checked the heat levels on his Warhammer and gave a thin smile. The cooling system had finally done its job, and the mech was ready to re-engage. This time, he was sure the results would be decisive. His tactical map showed the enemy falling back to the left and right of the Dunkeld spaceport, and Major McLeod's fresh mech lance was moving up to join the fight. When the fighters arrived, the 10th would give the Grey Death a knockout punch. Vanguard 1, this is Anastasia. Lippard broke in from the dropship. The Legion dropship has lifted off. Strieger rechecked his monitor quickly. With the ship showing every sign of having problems with the cold start process, he'd put it out of his mind as a major factor. A dropship without fusion power couldn't use energy weapons at all, and it would take most of the ship's battery power to use missiles. He had just about discounted it as a potential force in the battle. Now it was powered up, and that might mean trouble. But the dropship was already moving off his monitor, heading southeast and gaining speed and altitude fast. Apparently, its crew had decided to abandon a hopeless fight instead of staying around to support their comrades on the ground. So much for the vaunted Grey Death camaraderie. Anastasia, can you intercept him? Strieger asked. We don't want to lose that ship if we can help it. It would be chancy unless we sent some of the fighters after them, Lippard replied. He's got the same speed we do, and he's headed toward mountain country. I imagine Carlisle's pilots knows the ground a hell of a lot better than we do, and I don't intend to play follow the leader through the mountains in a dropship. Strieger hesitated a long moment. The landing force fighters could catch and probably bring down the ship, but he wanted those fighters here to support his mechs. He could order up more fighters from the Armada, of course, but he didn't know if von Bülow would be willing to grant the assistance. The general had used the landing force to spring a trap, and he wasn't likely to throw more troops into it now. He let out a breath. No, we want the fighters here, where the real danger is. That dropship doesn't have anywhere off-planet to go. Track his movements, and we'll follow up on it later. Lippard's relieved sigh was audible. Understood, Vanguard 1. We'll keep an eye on the bastard. Anastasia, out. Strieger turned his attention back to his immediate surroundings. All right, kids, let's show them what the Black Watch can do, he said over the Lance channel. His Warhammer began lumbering forward, back toward the site of the earlier fighting. On his map, he saw that neither of the Grey Death mechs from the earlier encounter had moved far since he'd broken off. Now that Strieger had Croydon's Thunderbolt and Coleman's Griffin with him, the Legion mechs wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Incoming! Incoming! Croydon shouted, her voice suddenly sharp and urgent over the comlink. Multiple missiles incoming! And then the sky fell in on Wilhelm Strieger. Yeah, 5 mechs, full of LRMs, just suddenly turning and firing everything into one mech. That's a good way to take out that one mech. We have seen it here ourselves, have we not? Because I had a bad day, they shot me all down. Yeah, while we play Search Warrior, I read books on stream because it makes the time go by way faster and it's much more engaging. So I've been doing this for, dear Lord, years now. See, I have never read them until I read them on stream. So I'd never read Battletech as a kid, as a young adult, as a middle-aged adult, as an older adult. I'm not yet a bare-aged adult, but, you know, what are we going to do? Yes, there are. Override engaged. I mean, I'm probably 15 or 16 books in, and I'm just reading through the Legends series, really. Get a good, I think I want to say I started with chapter 27 tonight, and so I'll get 4 chapters in. We won't make it out of 30, I don't think, tonight. Or we'll make it to the end of 30 tonight, and then that's as far as it'll go. Until my next 3 months Thursday. But I am Wilhelm Strieger, and I took missiles to my face. Not 1, not 2, but 20. 21, 22, 23, 24, 5? Aye, 5. You're going towards the Citadel?
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted. Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target
Target
acquired.
spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
They're pushing wide through G8.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Critical damage.
Watch out behind you, Vega.
Destroyed. Left torso critical damage. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Critical damage. Target destroyed. New target acquired. 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 Ammo at 25%.
Target
New
spotted.
target acquired.
Oh yeah,
New target acquired.
we've all been dead for a little while, I think. I mean, it's 4 to 9, so no big surprise.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Destroyed.
What's up with the Chargers and the large X-Pulse recently? I've run into a number of them tonight.
New target acquired.
Yeah, but like we've been running into lances of those frickin' Chargers tonight. I just I hadn't seen them running anything but like the small lasers until recently, and then suddenly there's all sorts of them with the large X-Pulse. And of course, I don't think so, but that doesn't mean that people didn't decide that it works anyway. I mean, and they seem to be able to fire them, consecutively, 4 of them forever without overheating. Mainly, I think it's Bear's fault. I blame it on the rain. Yeah, yeah. That's our cue, Davis Clay shouted as the missile stretched toward the enemy warhammer. The sheer exhilaration of combat had washed away his doubts and fears, and all that was left was the desire to wade in among the enemy and fight. You with me, Caitlin? If the old girl'll get me there, Caitlin DeVries responded. Lead on, Macduff. And cursed be he who first cries hold. Enough. Caitlin joined in on the last word. Clay considered using his jump jets again, then quickly rejected the idea. He'd been lucky that his earlier maneuver hadn't shattered the weakened ankle joint, and it would be tempting fate to try it a second time. The leap behind the Crusader had been his only option when Caitlin had called for help, but now he had to be more careful. Instead of jumping, he steered to join the Marauder in moving alongside the admin building to follow the enemy mech that had broken off earlier. Alex's new firing plan had targeted the Warhammer and his two companions, and Clay and Caitlin were perfectly placed to exploit the devastating barrage of LRMs. They rounded the corner just as a salvo of missiles dropped among the 3 Free Sky battle mechs. Blast after blast went off all around them, and Clay saw shards of armor whirling away from the right-hand battle mech, a Thunderbolt. He stopped his Griffin where it stood and raised the PPC clutched in the mech's right fist. With his other hand, he quickly programmed his own missile salvo to add to the fury falling on the enemy from the unseen mechs of the Legion's long-range strike force. Somehow, the Thunderbolt pilot managed to get off the first shot, but the laser beam barely grazed the Griffin's right arm near the shoulder. The momentary contact caused armor to melt and slough, but in the next instant, Clay was returning fire with far more devastating effect. The PPC caught the Thunderbolt square in the chest, and the mech staggered back under the force of the particle beam explosion. But the chest armor was too thick to penetrate, even with the damage the enemy machine had already suffered from the falling missiles. Clay cursed and kept cursing as his missiles went wild and detonated harmlessly 50 meters beyond his target. Now the enemy Warhammer was stalking forward, slow, ponderous, its built-in PPC arms swinging up to draw a bead on Clay's Griffin. He took a step back, then realized the nearest cover was too far away to reach in time. He'd have to use his jump jets again. Two twin hammers of raw power slammed into the Warhammer just as Clay was reaching for the jump jet controls, and the bigger mech never fired. Clay watched, stunned into immobility for an instant as Caitlin's Marauder strode past him, both PPCs firing again. The heat cost would be ruinous, especially with some of her coolant systems already damaged in the earlier encounter with the Warhammer, but she kept advancing nonetheless. The Warhammer backed away, leaving one PPC tube lying on the ground. Caitlin's massive firepower had melted right through the weakest part of the elbow joint, and the damaged arm was trailing myomer fibers, wiring, and random sparks. Clay snapped out of the spell that had frozen him and retargeted on the Warhammer himself, letting off another PPC round that scored a deep hit in the bigger mech's chest armor.
All systems nominal.
Override engaged. All right, I will eliminate all the enemies, no matter the cost. I will throw multiple other, allied mechs at them. I will start with the champion plane, followed by a direwolf. I will pick them up and throw them at the enemy. Oh, this looks like a Kintaro, but it's really two Atlases in a trench coat. Come on, can't it be two Atlases in a trench coat? All right, Bear, have a great night. We'll catch you again soon. I'm telling you guys, this is just two Atlases in a trench coat. I know it's normally two smaller mechs in a trench coat to make a bigger mech. However, I'm two bigger mechs in a trench coat to make a smaller mech. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
target acquired.
Target spotted.
Target acquired. Target acquired.
Ooh. Double. It's a double heavy Gauss Thanatos.
Sorry.
Which is always wildly painful. I'm going to see if I can't get around the corner here.
New target acquired.
They saw me coming.
Alpha CT.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
I gotta go.
Critical damage.
25% of the enemy eliminated.
Target spotted.
Critical. New target acquired. Heat sink destroyed.
Shit, there went my binaries.
Center torso critical damage. Right arm destroyed. ER large laser destroyed. Override shut down.
But we're up 6-2.
Target spotted. We've almost got them all. Clean up the survivors.
New target acquired.
Target spotted. We're experiencing some losses. Don't get sloppy out there.
There's just an urban mech and some assault mech left. Yeah, he's not long for this world.
Target destroyed.
Command to ground forces. We're detecting no more hostiles.
And the urban mech trashed itself. But I'm punching. Well, I'd rather go down by, blowing myself up rather than letting the enemy take me down too. I'm going down in a blaze of glory. All right, what do we got for tonnage? All right. 15 tons available. Let's see what I want to go and play with now. I should be good. I'll just take it all. I'll be a Nova Kid, eh? Even though I'm a B, eh? I know. I'm kind of surprised I haven't seen Matt either. All right, where were we at? I mean, it's Father's Day tomorrow, but even if that was the case, what's that? Well, I know. Are you trying to say that he's playing the dead dad card? That's messed up. That's true. But who knows? I mean, it's even if it's Father's Day, I mean, let's be honest. Mother's Day is a big deal. Father's Day is not. You know what I'm getting for Father's Day? I told my kids, or actually I told my wife what I wanted, and she had the kids get it. A weed whacker. I needed one. I couldn't think of anything else I needed or wanted. So I'm like, you know what? Give me a weed whacker. I need one for the yard. So they ordered one for me. It comes in on Wednesday. But hey, you know, it's okay. All right. My heat's past the red line, Caitlin reported grimly. But if we back off now, we'll be flapping in the breeze. Yeah, Clay grunted, firing again. This time at the enemy Griffin that was running forward to the support of its damaged consort. The beam missed, but in that moment another missile strike landed among the 3 hostile mechs. The Griffin held its ground and snapped off a shot that caught Caitlin's Marauder in the chest, but the other 2 had obviously had enough. They turned and headed away from the Grey Death mechs at a run, leaving their comrade to fight as rear guard. When Clay and Caitlin started forward together as if to challenge the Griffin pilot to close combat, he triggered his jump jets and bounded back, getting off one last parting shot before all 3 enemy mechs disappeared beyond the shelter of a blast berm. Clay didn't choose to pursue. All right, we'll start into this next section after our own MechWarrior battle. All right, guys, I am a 100% learn boat. I just say that because if they decide to, come up and brawl close range with me, I'm, SOL. And in MechWarrior Online, SOLs stands for short on legs. Because they'll just take out my legs from underneath me.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Target acquired.
Lots of guys over here, guys.
Lots of guys over here, guys.
New target acquired.
Yeah, because otherwise you might get just mobbed over there.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
I'm just looking to try to get some side boob.
New target acquired.
We got mechs pushing in on us from Echo 3 into Echo 4.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
Ah. Sorry about that. Lost target.
Not a problem, buddy.
New target acquired.
Direwolf, come back. Keep on retreating. Don't go forward.
New target acquired.
Yeah, because if we can get them into this trench over in the Delta 5 area, I can rain hell on them.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Center again, yeah.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
That guy's firing his heavy PPC at me from 1,000 meters. Yeah, that's way outside of effective range, dude.
Acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Alright, they are not going to come into that trench, so I'm going to move out and see if I can't support the rest of the team.
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Frosty.
Incoming missile. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Yeah, too many of them are just sitting there behind cover before my missiles ever even get close to them.
Acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
We're half down. Don't let the horse out. Take down any more
New
of you.
target acquired. Incoming missile.
Target spotted.
LRM ammo at
Target
25%.
spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. Missile. Center torso critical damage. Right torso damage. Right arm damage. LRM ammo depleted.
I have no LRM ammo.
Critical damage. Left torso
Yeah, I did no damage in this one for as many missiles as I fired because everything just continued to hit frickin' mountains.
Respond. This is Clan Command. Respond.
Nah. None of them took the bait and actually came into the open at all, so I could just rain on them. Things happen. At Dunkeld Spaceport's main gate, Lieutenant Darlene Lucci held her hand up as the tall, angular shape of the 50-ton Enforcer strode across the compound. Its autocannon blazing away at Lieutenant Bergstrom's retreating Valkyrie just outside the perimeter fence. Behind her, the other members of First Squad waited, silent, motionless, almost invisible amid the rubble of the gatehouse. This was just the kind of work the Grey Death's elite armored infantry trained for, in the tradition that had made Grayson Carlyle a legend, before his mercenaries had even owned a single battle mech. The Enforcer rushed forward as Bergstrom headed for the cover of a warehouse in the industrial park that butted up against the port. The pilot was clearly determined to catch up with the last of the Recon Lance battle mechs before Bergstrom, like her three subordinates, vanished into the city. If he noticed the three infantry troopers by the gate at all, the Enforcer pilot obviously didn't regard them as any threat to the mountain of metal that surrounded him. A typical mech jock, Lucci told herself with a grim smile. They never thought much about the infantry. Bergstrom's Valkyrie paused in its flight and let off a volley of missiles. They overshot by a good 200 meters, which wasn't usual for the Recon Lance's commanding officer. She'd practiced this sort of fighting in conjunction with the armored infantry before, shooting wide on purpose to keep from jeopardizing Lucci's troops as they prepared to go into action. But her shots served their purpose. The Enforcer pilot, seeing his chance, stopped his headlong rush as he tried to bring his deadly autocannon to bear. As he did so, Lucci brought her upraised hand down in a short, sharp chopping motion. "Now!" she shouted over the comlink, and instantly the two troopers followed her out of the rubble in a sprint across the open tarmac toward the enemy mech. Individual men, even men wearing combat armor, looked pitifully small and helpless in the shadow of a battle mech. But looks could be deceiving. As she ran, Lucci triggered the jump pack on her back and jumped. The rocket-assisted leap left her clinging to the side of the Enforcer's right leg, and in a few swift, well-practiced motions, she attached the demo charge to the mech's vulnerable knee joint, then let go, using her jump pack again to bound clear of the action. The other two troopers went through the same drill, Olsen planting his charge on the right leg opposite hers, while Tahor set his on the left knee. The enemy pilot must have realized the danger by then, but it was too late. A light laser stabbed toward the infantry as they scattered, barely missing Lucci. Then the charges detonated. Tahor's went off first, not seeming to do much damage. Then the two on the right leg went off almost as one, and as Lucci ducked behind a half-ruined wall, she could see the Enforcer staggering. The kneecapping charges didn't leave much outward sign of damage, but they could wreak havoc, or they could wreck the workings of a battle mech's joints when properly placed. The Enforcer took a tentative step forward, swayed, and paused. Clearly the pilot was having trouble making the leg work properly. He'd be trying to realign the actuator circuitry, trying to find a quick fix that would let the mech move freely again. Without mobility, battle mechs were nothing but massive, heavily armed targets. The pilot was so busy, he didn't see Bergstrom's Valkyrie and Ryu's Javelin leaping over the fence to land less than 20 meters away. The two light mechs opened fire with everything they had at close range, and in a matter of seconds, the Enforcer was riddled with a dozen major hits. Lucci saw the pilot punch out just before the autocannon's magazine blew. She didn't even need to give the orders for Tahor and Olsen to close in and disarm him before he could get disentangled from his escape chute. "Thanks for the assist." Bergstrom's even voice in her suit headphones didn't betray a hint of emotion. Let's move right and see if we can help Lewis next. You game for it? Lucci smiled and waved. Bring 'em on, she said. Someday, maybe, mech jocks would learn not to take the mud feet so lightly. Ah, but today is not that day. They wrecked an enforcer, who of course thought he had the upper edge. Go, Grey Death Legion. Do your thing.
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Override engaged.
Override engaged.
Wow, it's been a couple of sessions since I've been on this map.
Thanks.
No, I'm not a huge fan of this map. I mean, it's not terrible, but it's not one I pick when the opportunity comes up. Unless it's against like HPG Manifold and Alpine Peaks.
Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. Target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Well, that guy's firing from so far away, his missiles aren't even making it to us.
New target acquired.
Got full lance coming in, Echo 3.
Target spotted. Target spotted. Target spotted.
Focus H, Kodiak.
Acquired.
See if we can
Bravo,
get some
Crusader.
over here. C4, C3.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Heat level. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Need some help down here?
Target destroyed. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
Heat level critical. Target destroyed. Target acquired.
Target spotted. Target spotted.
G Stone Rider.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Incoming missile. Incoming missile. Target destroyed. Warning, incoming missile. Target acquired. LRM ammo at 25%.
Vega, there's a learn boat to your left, too.
Target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired.
Target spotted.
New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. New target acquired. Critical damage.
I'm out of ammo, so... This is what this mech should have done the last time I took it out. 1,232 points of damage.
Fuel at 25%. Arm critical damage. Fuel at 25%. Fuel at 0%.
So it's this spite. It's just you and him left, so don't let yourself overheat on it.
Chain fire.
And you got him legged, so good job. See, that's part of the reason why I was still torso twisting and everything.
He's walking.
I made him use a lot of his ammo on me. I'm not sure why this guy is running so much. He's legged. Two of them are, one of them's torso mounted. Lined up that shot and completely missed.
Fuel at 25%. Target destroyed.
Nice.
Good clutch finish. No, he did not. Yeah, 1 killing blow, 10 kill assists, 1 solo kill, 4 KMDDs, 1,232 points of damage. I reigned. Holy hell! course, I had a completely fresh Annihilator that suddenly hit me in the back with something, so I turned around and just rained on him until he died. 1,232 points of damage, probably 900 if it was into the Annihilator. Because it's a freaking Annihilator. Right? Alright, let's find something else. That's enough learn boating. What do we got for tonnage? Okay, we're at even, so... Then I will steal 5 tons. And now back to some story time. Julio Vargas pulled back sharply on his joystick and pushed forward on the Slayer's throttles. G-forces pressed Vargas back into his seat as the fighter angled skyward. His situation board showed 2 of the 5 enemy fighters, a pair of 30-ton Sparrowhawks, pursuing him, while the other 3 turned back toward the fighting on the ground. Vargas muttered an oath under his breath. He'd hoped they'd see him as more of a threat, at least send the heavier Lucifers after him. But Vargas was a card player, and he always did his best with the hand he was dealt. He set up a random evasion program on the flight computer and turned his full attention to the weapons board. The Slayer mounted a single rear-facing laser among its other armaments, and Vargas let the autopilot do the flying while he worked to line up the crosshairs for a clear shot. His fighter was weaving back and forth under the computer's guidance, but the target lock system compensated automatically for the evasive pattern. All he had to worry about was whatever his 2 opponents might be doing to dodge his fire, at least until their own computers matched up the Slayer's programmed maneuvering with something they could recognize and predict. Captain Julio Vargas didn't plan to give them that much of a chance. One of the Sparrowhawk pilots was pulling ahead of his comrade. Vargas brought the crosshairs down onto the image of the fighter on his rear monitor. It flashed red as the targeting computer locked on, and Vargas tightened his finger on the firing stud. The rear laser flashed, catching the Sparrowhawk dead center across the cockpit. In one smooth motion, Vargas overrode the autopilot and pulled the Slayer into an overhead loop. His left hand danced over the weapons controls, setting up his forward-facing weaponry to fire simultaneously when he next pressed the joystick trigger. The Sparrowhawk loomed large up ahead, banking left and down as the pilot reacted to the hit that had burned a deep, jagged gouge in his cockpit armor. The evasive maneuver was blocking the second Sparrowhawk from seeing exactly what was going on, and that gave Vargas the perfect opening. His hand tightened around the trigger as the HUD crosshairs were turning red, and 5 lasers lanced out as one. The heavy autocannon in the nose chattered, adding a full cassette of high-explosive shells to the havoc erupting around the enemy fighter. Vargas pushed the nose down, diving steeply under the Sparrowhawk as it blossomed into a fireball and came apart. Most pilots would expect an enemy to climb over an exploding aircraft, and that was exactly what Vargas was counting on. He grinned under his flight helmet as a pair of laser bolts ionized the air above the collapsing fireball. The second Sparrowhawk's pilot had tried to anticipate him, firing without even waiting for a lock. A few shards of burning debris rattled off the Slayer's fuselage and wings, but otherwise he was undamaged, and diving straight under the surprised enemy.
Yep.
The Sparrowhawks started a belated turn to chase him, but Vargas pushed the throttles even further forward, pulled out of the dive, and banked sharply right. Seconds later, he was squarely on the Sparrowhawk's tail. It took 3 shots before enough lasers penetrated the armor tail and started melting through engine circuitry and control surfaces. The Free Sky pilot punched out as his fighter came apart around him. So this is going to be my last match, guys. I have less than a page left, so override engaged. So After this match, I will finish my chapter and then call it for the evening. Because it's Father's Day, which means it's my day, which means I get to do whatever the hell I want to do. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Because let's see, my wife is working, my eldest daughter is working, my middle daughter is working. So the only one that's going to be home when I actually get up for the day is my son.
At 25%.
Which is why I will go get a free drink from Panera.
I've noticed that bull sharks seem to be quite popular.
It was a free mech that was given out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was about to say. Same with the Spirit Bear and the Battle Master, too.
New target acquired.
None of those I got.
Target spotted. Check the event then, Hawk.
Yeah, the event page on the.
Well, check it in game, that is. Actually, you should be able to claim it, chances are, by now. Target spotted.
Hey, Burb. Yeah, that plan never survives contact with the wife.
I hate the ball.
Like I said, she'll be at work, so I don't have to worry about it.
New target acquired.
Until such time as she comes home.
Target Alpha, take him out, team. That Kodiak must fall. Target spotted.
No way. Okay, I see a way of getting up there.
He's down.
No.
He's not dead. He's just down off the top.
Good, we can pick the high ground up.
Target spotted.
Oh, he's got friends.
I need help with the flankers at D5 here, team. Got a high ground catapult that's causing trouble. Target spotted. Also, Hotel Atlas, take him out ASAP before he gets too close to our mech via rear flank.
Too many damn trees in the way.
Target spotted. Hotel and Alpha need to fall immediately, team. Those assaults are getting too close to our rear flank. Target spotted.
New target acquired.
Yeah, that dude is a little bit excitable.
New target acquired. At 25%.
Target spotted.
Target destroyed. New target acquired. Artillery strike.
The enemy has started to chip away at us. Stay frosty.
New target acquired. New target acquired.
They're pushing through D4.
Get hammered by the Atlas.
Do not turn in cost birdies. Ouch.
I put so many rounds into that frickin' Atlas.
Down.
Nice kill.
Target acquired.
Yeah, but I sacrificed myself to get him.
Bill's worth it, Hawkeye. I like the build, by the way. Send your friend request, too.
Roger that.
Yeah, we're pretty well screwed on this one.
Understood. I'll tell you what, after this round we'll team up then. Sound good?
5%.
Sure, sounds good.
New target acquired. Gas ammo at 25%. New target acquired.
I can never seem to win on this map.
Target destroyed. Target acquired.
Probably haven't played it enough to know where all the little spots are.
How long have you been playing?
Activated.
For about 3 weeks. Maybe 2.
Yeah, my friend request will help you then.
I got a bunch of mechs that I mess around with.
Also, do you have Discord or Steam?
I got Steam, yeah.
I was out of Gauss ammo, so.
We'll voice chat over a few. Sound good?
But I guarantee I did a lot of freaking damage. I did 1,223 points of damage. The other guy's like, my guns were bigger. Dude, I was out of ammo. What did you want me to do? All right, guys. Thanks for the matches tonight. And pleasure to meet you. Thanks for coming along for some of the drops. If you see us on and we don't have a 4-man, feel free to jump in with us. We always like to run with a full lance if we can get away with it. Yeah, you do the same? All right, guys, so let's go ahead and finish up the chapter now, and then we'll do our little wrap-up for the evening. Whoa there, Dragon Slayer! A familiar voice crackled through Vargas's headphones. Lieutenant Joseph Diskin sounded like he was running on pure adrenaline. Save a little bit of that action for your buddies, Skipper. It's about time you slackers showed up, Vargas shot back. The other 4 fighters had finally made it, and that made the odds look a whole lot better all of a sudden. Let's get down there and bag us some bad guys. Right with you, Captain. Lieutenant Jillian Lockhart chimed in. Let's party. Vargas fell in with the loose diamond formation and turned toward the port. Lockhart spoke for all of them. It was time to party, and the invaders were the guests of honor. All right, everyone. Why is my camera all blurry? That's not supposed to be blurry now. Let's try. There we go. I had to put on manual. I don't know why it's being blurry. Might be overheating. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here with me tonight. As always, the greatest gift that you can give to a streamer is the gift of your time. And I appreciate that you guys gave me the gift of yours this evening. Whether it was for 5 minutes or the full 4.5 hours. Thanks so much for having been here with me. I will be back again Tuesday as we continue reading Split Infinity by Pierce Anthony. If you want to catch up on any of the chapters that have already gone before, youtube.com/@SirArminius, and you can catch up with all of the chapters that I have done so far. I want to say 1 through 7. I'm starting 8 this week. Happy Father's Day to anybody out there who is a father, who acts in the role of a father, even if that's to pets, children, squirrels, whatever it happens to be. Happy Father's Day. Take your time and enjoy the day. If you have to work, or if you have to just be whatever, have a beautiful and wonderful Sunday, everyone. I will see you guys all again really soon. And if you're on the Twitch channel, make sure you stick around. We're going to go raid somebody. Have a great night, everybody, and I will see you guys all very soon.